Ah, good afternoon, sea kayak. I hope all is well. I'm going to hit electro. When it gets a bit lighter, I'm going to hit electro. 4 dials and nails. And if I... it's just knowing where to look. I mean, the spawn towns are obviously picked clean by people spawning in. But that doesn't mean groups aren't searching inland and up north. But it is just luck. I will drop the Mosin off, but I am going to take the SKS and Pistola. Saws in there. Yeah, I'm going to check the trains, because you never know. Let's do the trains first. A little bit janky for me at the minute, but we'll take your battery. So let's check these trains. We want nails and 4 dials. Not a carnival mask. We want a 4 dial. But this is the difficulty with like looting at night. Is missing stuff. That's why I'm checking the trains, because pipe wrench. You can use vicinity, but quite often you don't need to even get in the cars to look. You can just run past. Oh yes. Getting excited over 5.9mm. I think we need that. But this is all, you know, nails. This repair kits and stuff like that are all, you know, good stuff. I'll keep that. No, I won't. Check in here. Come on, nail or a 4 dial. Oh. Gas lamps. Ah, welcome in Valhalla. I'm gonna go on a bit of a loot run. we need nails and 4 dials. And the difficulty with not having so many people out and about as we normally have, obviously it's a bit more difficult to find. They're difficult anyway, but with less people looking, it's even more difficult. So I'm going to hit electro. The danger with that is freshies or crackheads, you know, because you go into loot mode and you just don't pay attention. But it is just, you know, luck and persistence. It's not ideal looting in the dark because you can miss quite a lot, and it doesn't always get picked up in vicinity as either. I do just want to check the truck and the Humvee because I have heard somebody found a 4 dial, I think it was this season, around a truck. No. It's Pooster. Probably hunting. Glow stick. Helmet. Headlight bulb. Car battery. And hopefully it gets a little bit lighter. It is just difficult to loot. I mean, it's safer to run around. But yeah, I'm going to check this. I'm going to check the industrial. Probably go to dockside. You've got to check cars. So that's the mission. The mission today. Oh, I'll take the lighter. Yeah, I've got a little electro loop that I tried to go. You know, the barn's up on the hill, so the train's not there. I had to check all these on the way out. Oh, the shelter's gone already, I think. Could be, I'm sure I put it next to the house. This is where you're likely going to find them, in the sheds and things. Oh, sugar. We've got a barn up here, barn on the hill, and we'll swing back round. So I have found sharpened stones, and I think I found, but not picked up, 3 dials. think I found sharpened stones in here. And the bonus, if you do manage to find them, it's so close to home that your chance of getting back are quite good. Not guaranteed, just quite good. The reason it's good to check these, because I could be wrong, but I don't think many freshies would be looting these. Possibly looking for a shotgun, I guess. This is where it gets a bit dodgy. Because you've got anybody who's spawned in Electro running to Chernarus or running west, you're going to bump into them. But there's loads of garages. You've got the industrial coming up. Yeah, I'm still under the impression you must get 4 dials and nails. It's just because more people go through, you just may be less likely to find them. It's Fanta Orange Day by the looks of it. Ah, welcome in, Hog Rider. Oh, I also need to let the group know about the latest intelligence that we'd heard. Does that sound like a car? Must be my dodgy hearing. Piker. Yeah, you do have to check in these as well. That would be interesting to see. How many times we've run past nails and like 4 dials where we just not checked or not been looting. Come on, just a big fat 4 dial. So you do get building stuff in these, so I reckon. And I say, if you check enough, I mean, the only thing that will scupper that, if there's no way that they do spawn in here, then you are just wasting your time. But I reckon, you know, you found 4 dials in. Of course you did. Another barn up there. Well, hello, lobster. Welcome in. A little bit beaten up. It's the problem when you do a loot in a town and not out in the... Well, thank you very much. I'm positive we're gonna be lucky. Got a good feeling. Rope. Okay. Massive's cousin there. Oh no, we don't do the unknown food unless you're extremely desperate. And that is also the crazy thing. Sometimes you can take loads of hits without any issue whatsoever. And the next time you get cut every single time. Yeah, it is. You know, you can have your clothing pristine for ages, and all of a sudden you'll get like 3 hits, and you'll get cut each time you get hit. You get cut. Leggings, Pokemon cards. Not quite what we're after. Yeah, we're popped to Electro, just on the outskirts, doing a bit of looting, trying to find 4 dials and nails not too far away from home. The sun's just come up, makes it a bit easier to loot. Oh, I'm going to take it. So that is a good sign. Pristine. You know, some code locks better than none. Although obviously we all know people know what they're doing, can crack them in a few minutes if they're left alone. That's a good start. Just needs it to be a different colour. Needs it to be a red one. Yeah, so I reckon you can get a 4 dial in that one. Just the chances are rarer. I think there was someone run down there. It could be a running zombie. Just need to be on my toes, on my guard a little bit. This is when it gets... Obviously we're in a spawn town. So pretty much crackheads and people waking up who could have been a runner zombie. I think the dogs are on me. Unless they run after somebody else, of course. Here they come. I think for me, the risks are pretty equal in the fact that you've got Freshy's got nothing to lose. So if they spawn, if they die, they got nothing to lose. But quite often in a military place, I get shot without seeing it anyway. So I think there's potentially more risk on the coast because you've got potentially a lot of Freshies. A lot of Freshies that are quicker, you know, potentially quicker than you. They got nothing to lose. And especially, well, I think the risk is equal in that regard because well, where have they gone? Have they chased somebody else? Where did they go? I think I would say on the coast, only because I think in a military area, you're generally on the lookout a lot more for people with guns. Whereas when you're running around here, like I'm probably not looking as much as I would be because you're in a spawn town. Unless somebody shot them with a crossbow, I'm not sure where they've gone. Yeah, I don't often get what I would class as geared in the game. I don't normally last that long. Obviously here's a little bit more different. They might have chased after somebody else. Because the zombies are de-aggroed as well, and the dogs don't normally de-aggro. No. They're too scared. But they'll attack cows, pigs, sheep, goats. That is bizarre. I think they've gone after somebody else. Oh, they haven't. What's going on here? But Zeds, I do think. Oh, sorry. Dogs do eat infected. I think if you eat. Right, good day. So that should be, unless they aggroed on somebody else, but I think they were a little bit glitchy there because I shot that one that looked to be nowhere near. That should hopefully be them for a little while. Hopefully. Oh. But they can come round a bit more often. So another 3-dial. And a jerry can, so we're in the right area. I mean, they can also help people potentially secure their base, even if it's temporary. Just so people just can't walk in and help themselves. I mean, this is dodgy. Keep attacking these because you're leaving signs and people can hear you and they can third party you. But sometimes it's just quicker. Come on, I've got a good feeling. Yeah, I'm sure you don't get them in houses. All these little sheds. A bit like Chernarus. I reckon there's loads in Chernarus that don't get discovered. Because people just don't go there. Or they don't, you know, they pass through the main areas. And it's not only people, say, like the Legionnaires who are living in Chernarus that probably go through it religiously because they're there. Chicken Tuesday by the sound of it as well. I mean, we'll get you know, a couple more 4-dials eventually, and then we'll just be giving away or throwing out the 3 dials. But yeah, they are, I mean, for people who know what they're doing, which I don't, I keep forgetting where I'm at, but for people who know what they're doing, they can literally be in a few minutes. And I suppose, like anything, if that's something you practice, and if you're not interrupted, of course. That way I won't get them mixed up. So Ash's place, the dockside. He'll know where stuff, again, like anywhere, he'll know where stuff appears here. I mean, we're not too precious about it, only because loads of people run through. Yeah, because we get hit, you know, people go through Prig and Cherno all the time, so... And if you start, you know, patrolling, you just don't find a nice top hat. Mufasa would have that. There was just John as well, isn't there? There's Ash and just John now. Hopefully he's got a little bit of assistance, because again, hats off to Ash. I think he's had a little bit of assistance with, you know, a couple of the groups, but not, you know, a lot of that he's, yeah, like I said, he's had a little bit of help, but most of that is all him. I mean, trees alone. I mean, to get the logs. I mean, yeah, you got a few up there. I suppose if you're doing it in stages. But yeah, just trees alone to get. You know, there might be plank piles all over the place in here at times, so that wood won't be much of a difficulty. I mean, there is a few military containers as well. He'll know exactly where they are. Yeah, plank pile here. So he hasn't, you know, if he was putting in walls, yeah, that's 252 of 252. That's not been hit. Another one here. An abundance. That's always worth just checking to see if any have been taken out. You get an idea. I mean, if it was, that'll probably be Ash. But if you find a random one, sometimes people travel around in a car, so it's not always like they're going to be close by. They just drive around to log piles or to industrials to try and find yeah, like find log piles, and you can fill the car up with planks. That's what they need to sort out. I mean, I'm not. No, whether he'll chase me now until he catches me, or he'll lose interest when I put a house or something between. Is the pathways are a little bit unique, aren't they? Yeah, I'll do these houses and I'll loop up the ones on the or I'll check the garages. So you've got the church there and the garage is just below, so I'll just loop round. I do think it's because just one play, you don't give off the we'll call it aggro, that like on World of Warcraft, players give off aggro and they can pull. I think as a solo, you don't, you know, they can still track you and they can still catch you. But I just don't think you give off as much. I'm not going to go into there. There's just too many to get distracted with, and then somebody runs up and punches you, stun locks you. Come on, 4-dial. Got a good feeling that we're going to find some nails or a 4-dial. I think 4-dial is probably more important. I'm stealing that one, Mick. Welcome in. Yeah, I'm stealing that one. What do you call a group of killer whales playing musical instrument, an orchestra? I like it. Garages there. I think that's behind the police station. I thought that was a box there. All these epic... Gone on. Fingers crossed. We're going to find them in here. Look at all these ripe for the looting. And not getting punched out by a freshie. All those sheds there. Garages there. Get some, what's a sheath? And if you came here in a group, it'd be difficult keeping in comms, getting split up to check different things. Oh, look at these garages down here as well. Do the DayZ shuffle. DayZ crouch walk. Can I fit through that gap? Or am I too... Oh, I need to go this way anyway. I'm going to go up onto the... burlap sack. Even I'm getting distracted about where to look. Oh, it's the centre of town. I could probably do it for about 2 meters, and then I'd collapse with my legs burning out. Yeah, no, I haven't got a good core in that regard. Come on. Yeah, a bit like a stress position. This is, isn't it? Yeah, I might be quieter walking, but when I'm going at every step because I'm in absolute agony. I don't want to pull these. Please don't pull these. Please don't pull these. So I'm going to go this way, but I have to be quite careful about people running up to Steroy when I go this way. Because they're going to be behind me. I used to come down the other way, so at least I was potentially facing people. Got garages there, we need to check them. But yeah, this is where you have to be head on a swivel, I think they call that. Yeah, so this is a rusted barrel, so you can do your dye and clothes and stuff in one of them. You can't pick it up; it's there forever. But yeah, that's a rusted barrel that you dye the clothes. I think it's. Let's have a look. If you open it, yeah, there's no slot. They used to have slots for stuff, so you could check. You know, you could put nails and things in there. But it's if you just add your clothing, your bleach, and your rose hips and all that, that's a rusted barrel. That is when, if there is two of you, and you used to looting together. You know, one can loot and the other can just keep an eye out. That's when you both loot and you split up and you go separate ways and you don't know where each other one's gone. Yeah, so you got to watch more so from behind. People still come down here. I'm not going to check any of the houses. Come on, I want to be greeted with a cheeky 4-dial. So I'll do the houses and I'll cut across the field to go back. Or the outhouses of the houses. I'm not doing. I think if you set out to do that when you're on your little looting missions, if you're looking for something in particular, and you stick, you know, to right, we're just going to do outhouses. Or if you're doing a general loot, just hit everything. But unless somebody's dropped one in the house, I mean, you can find guns and stuff in here. But there is a house up in the hill there. On the way back, I think it's through the trees, which is generally I found sharpened stones there, not that one. That's up through that way. So outhouses and well, like I say, these do get hit people will check pretty much these all the way up if they're going to there's not too many to check up here, and I'll cut through. Good afternoon, Kusing. Yeah, there's probably is slightly better if you check the houses if you're coming up this way rather than doing what I'm doing, because I think most people do everything on their way up to the summer camp here. I've been doing a bit of looting. 4 dials and nails, and I thought I'd try a bit closer to home. Because I found 2 3 dials, so that makes a 6 dial between them. I'm sure it works like that, doesn't it? Yeah, I don't know what you're like. Yeah, I don't know what you're like talking about finding 4 dials. I found a 6 dial. Yeah, so there's a house through here with a barn. Yeah, we just, because we've been a little bit thinner on the ground recently, there's not as many people out and about, and some of them are really good at finding stuff. Yeah, they're really good at finding stuff, and they enjoy. You know, they've got the routes they go all the way around the map. Yeah, because if we get raided again, it's difficult. 3 dials again will slow down somebody random just wandering in. There we go, it's just here. So I found sharpened stones here before. Hacksaw. We'll just check in this house. Come on, fingers crossed. 4 dial and a box of nails in here. See, these would be quite good. If you could take those boxes out, these would be quite a good... Ah, there's nothing. You know, if you could take the hay and the boxes out, these would be quite good. Let's scoot back. So I'm pretty full anyway, I can't really pick much else up. And I do think at least a 3-dial, again, prevents someone from just walking straight in. No, I'm not, I don't need... Just need to get back. I think this is that the gas station down there? Yeah, this is the Pooster Road. Yeah, I think they could. I think the whole point of having like combination dials in official as well is that they want people afforded the opportunity to break in. You know, if they wanted it to be impossible to crack, they would make those code locks that you can, you know, you put a pin in and it remembers you if they wanted it impossible to. But the whole thing is, you know, or they could make it a 5-dial or a 6-dial or a 10-dial or whatever it was to make it, you know, unless you're a mathematical wizard, you know, to make it almost impossible to be able to roll. But I think that's the whole point. They want you to be, you know, a chance, because I think if you know, all that means is nobody can get to your stuff. You can hoard as much as you want, and there's no fear. Whereas now, when I think people put a 3-dial on, just as a matter of course, I think in some cases they'd just rather leave the base open. I'm going to get along the coast. Yeah, there's loads of stuff you can check there. I think Ash must have that nailed down quite well about what he needs to check when he goes through. Same as in Chernarus with the Legion. There's you do a thorough sweep through. I think you can find quite a lot of stuff. So I know me and Gideon, we done a thorough check through of the houses before the Legionnaires moved in, but we went through like one street through every room, and we were finding sewing kits. In quite a few of the rooms there was stuff that you just normally check the bottom floor and you're gone again. Yeah, I guarantee. Now I've picked those two up. Whenever they spawn in, I guarantee there'll be 4 dials, and you know, a complete freshie will spawn in and find both of them. And you know, not want to build a base or anything like that, so they just leave them or throw them away, not realising how valuable they are. But again, if you don't, it's a double-edged sword. If you don't need them, you don't need them. You know. And trying to get up to the traders to get a decent gun, if that's what you're after, you know, that can be an epic little journey in itself. You know, getting a gun and some ammunition. The thing is, like, if I had 2 4 dials on me, I'd be sweating now. You know, an 8 dial. But yeah, if I had two 4 dials on me now, I'd be sweating. And as it is, I've got obviously 2 3 dials. Like I say, they're better than nothing just. But especially, yeah, like if you do get raided, or you know, somebody rolls one and takes one, you can at least temporarily, you know, it's a temporary measure. Yeah, I might keep these casual sunglasses. They're quite good at cutting out that glare, the god rays as they call them. Yeah, Electro at the moment, I think, of the spawn towns, the main spawn towns. Berenzino possibly. But like Cherno is now like legionnaires and gamblers. So you know, although you may be free to loot, I guarantee if they were, you know, missing out on stuff, they might be a bit tighter on patrolling or going out more. I thought that was a note. I think we do need to put the flag up as well. Safe. Where can I find a gap? I know I can put the seeds in this one. Pristine pumpkin seeds. I know Reverend, and then when they get set up, we can spare them some seeds so they can start farming. So I think I found 7 or 8 of those. Pikers. That must have been Piker Day. Let's put these in here. Shotgun ammo. Let's put you up there and put you in there. Let me just grab that 308 as well. Put that inside. And that as well. Make a bit of space. Mag, take you out, put you in, put you back. And safe, so they're stashed away. That's a damaged one. We'll pop you in the fire because we don't need a damaged Mark II. put a lighter. Have we got? Did we have a? Let me put. They're both on the same. So put a spare one back in there. Matches you can combine. I'll keep these on me to make for you. But I have got spare battery, haven't I? 2 spare batteries. Don't need 2 spare batteries. We've got to do the usual, haven't we? Little things, please, little minds. Yeah, so it wasn't, obviously I didn't find the 4 dial or nails, but I found 2 3 dials, which again better than nothing, and we're not that far. Like I say, it's I'm sure you can find them. It's just, like I say, persistence and a bit of luck. Oh yeah, I guarantee you can find them. Have a look, see. Oh, no, I could go and loot Chernarus. Let's just have a little pause before we go out again, just to see if anything's occurring. We've even got a little bit of fish left. Need one of them. I think I just need a sewing kit, and I'm back to where I was. So it doesn't look like there's anybody in the industrial. But there is always that fine line, how far north do you go? And how many do you miss between sort of like here and where you find them by not trying a different loot route? So I think it might have been Mimi, I think she got sent back to the coast from Boar and was coming back from Electro, and she found one in that truck over there, so you can get them really close to base if you're lucky. Again, lucky and persistent. I still think Chernarus quite a good. I think we've found him in there. People have probably found him in the industrial here, probably. Footsteps. Yeah, I still like to try and maintain. What I might do is get some fish on the go in case anybody comes past. I've got a little bit and I can give them a piker or two. It doesn't take long though if you're not home for people not to come past thinking you're not. What I will do, I might get shot doing this. I'm going to put that flag up so it's all the way to the top of the flagpole. That just shows, you know, people that you are current. If they see it too far down, they know somebody's not potentially home. Yeah, I'll drop all my loot, bar my boots, and I'll go up naked. Any excuse to drop my gear. I don't want to get sunburned, do I? So I'll leave. Yeah, there's no definition in the survivor bulge there at all. Oh. Right, here goes nothing. There we go. Just lets people know we're home. Yeah, again, I think we've got slightly more important things to do, but we just need to finish them off, and then that's just the only door. So it's not impossible to get shot. You know, someone could peek round the corner if you're not paying attention, but you just need to be a bit more on your guard. That was good to see Skip. You know, but that's the thing, people can get occupied up north, or we get occupied down there. You don't see people for weeks, if not months. You'll have to consider about arranging a fishing event. That'd be quite fun, yeah, and also to just, and that's why a lot of people put efforts in. I mean, I missed the open mic night, and I think that was very good. And see, a lot of people put a lot of effort into arranging like events just to keep nothing to do with base raiding or looting, just getting together and as a community. And I think that's the thing about the community server. That's the thing with this one. It is a community. You know, people have been here for years. Then you have new people turning up, becoming part of the community, and not just joining a server. And I think not everybody gets it, or not everybody gets into it as much as I have. But yeah, once you get it, once you get it and you get into it, you see what it means about a community being in a community server, not just a server. Yeah, they'll get shot in the face. Take that, community. That might be an interesting, just saying about code locks, combination locks. If you could put 2 on, you know, to make it a bit more secure. Yeah, and don't use the same code on both of them. But yeah, if you could, that would be, you know, still only like $3 will still probably be the same, but it's the 4 dials. I think if you put 4 dials, it allows a lot to lose if somebody blows your door, because that's all they'll do. Yeah, that's probably not such a good idea. Because that's what they try. That's why you'll see a lot of people will metal the gate with the lock on it, because if they blow through a normal wall, you don't get, obviously you don't get the lock, but you blow through the, I don't know if it gets damaged or not, it probably does, but if you blow through the gate, obviously the lock drops to the floor, I believe. Should we go and do... Yeah, let's go and do Chernarus. Go and drop this hoe. No, welcome in Holmer Beer. Yeah, no crackheads. It's been, I just done a run into Electro checking all the garages for nails and 4 dials. I found 2 3 dials, which is certainly, you know, it stops people just walking in, although we all know they don't hold somebody who knows what they're doing up for too long. Just going to drop this stuff. Oh, drop this stuff. I'm going to drop this here. Farm and hoe. What else? I might no, I'll take the fish, but I'm going to drop everything else, because at least I might be able to give that out or eat that myself. Let's drop this over here with the rest of my... Certainly pike a day. Don't need that. Don't need that, don't need that. You never know. Today could be the day. Let's have a little look out. Make sure there's no movement or any new movement. Let's do Chernarus. Yeah, I was, you know, if you have an abundance of 4 dials, you just walk past the other ones. But like we've we're still recovering from, you know, I think losing 1 or 2 of ours. So even, you know, if you're out in the middle of nowhere, yeah, you've got pretty much no interruption. But here, somebody may come past and interrupt you. Let's do it. Let's go into Chernarus. I'll go and check. I was nearly lost the lock in the floor, which is always good because I had my binoculars out. Always a risk. Of course. Is that a shot? I heard a pop. That might have been my ear. I heard a pop. No, it probably is nothing. I should find a 4-dial in here. Too fat to fit through there. Let's check the industrial buildings. Just do a thorough check. Ah, good evening, the wrists. Checked them earlier. Yeah, I don't know if I was saying to you before about the doors. So this one clearly has got a bar across it, been welded in or something, so you can't go in. I think when I forget which patch it was, I never played it, because I was only on console. But a lot of them were never like that. You just couldn't get into them. They gave you no prompt. And obviously somebody's gone through the whole, you know, the whole building assets and put barriers on the doors that you can't get in. Because I was saying that's what Tarkov's like. You go up to it like this, and obviously you get the prompt to open it like you do here, but you just go up to it and you get nothing. If you need to unlock it, obviously it says unlock, but that may change when they bring it out. When they bring it out on like version 1, or eventually. I mean, it takes time. I don't think it was on DayZ like that for a long time. And especially when you went into the houses in Chernarus, you know, you got all those rooms there that, you know, you don't know, you can't get into them until you run up to them. Industrial is what we're checking, aren't we? And then I'll go through Chernarus. Why the devil not? Come on, 4-dial. I picked those 3 dials up, which are going to be handy, you know, either to give out or as a temporary measure. So, come on, we must have popped some in somewhere. Yeah, I forget that. Yeah, you need to not admit to what you're looking for, and that's when you find it. I keep forgetting that. It has worked sometimes, though. It has worked sometimes, but I know what you mean. Another truck battery. Be alright if we had a truck. But I think, like I say, that's like... I think it's like the third one we've lost. I think we crashed one and had 2 stolen. They don't last long. This probably won't be a bad base. One way in. If you made like a little... you overlooked there, but if you made like a little airlock or cam nets or something. I'm not sure, you might be able to get... If people can get up there, they may be able to shoot in at you. Well, I suppose this one, but... And you could partition it. I don't know, somebody might be able to get up there somehow and wiggle through the window. Yeah, they know what you're looking for. Let's go and check this truck. You can probably get on that somehow and jump across. I already see there's a helmet. Shut up. I don't really need to check in the containers until I come back. I might get dogs, because I got the electro dogs. Come on, just some nails or a hard hat. Check the garages or the sheds. Imagine if you see one up in the death towers. I won't be surprised. I won't be surprised at all, because it's all building stuff. You find wire, fishing rods. Another 3 dial. We want one more dial on there, please. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I think obviously if you pick up a 3 dial, another 3 dial's going to pop in, you know, because you've made space in the loot economy or the loot table. But I think eventually it will, with the percentages, again, that's all when I said before about percentages of chance that stuff's going to drop. So, you know, there might be a 5% chance you'll get a 4 dial, you know, and a 95% chance you'll get a 3 dial. But of that 100%, there's a code lock or a combination lock gonna drop in. That might be a 10% chance that you'll get a code lock, a combination lock, and then so of that 10%, you know, it breaks down that you've got, you know, percentage chances of stuff actually appearing. Oh, plank pile. That's handy to know. And a steak knife will take you. No. I'll take you. So at least we're finding locks. Just not quite the right ones. Oh, it's another gas head. Another see ya. Let's see you two. So this is when it. This is when it gets a little bit, because also we're going into out of our territory where it's a little bit more competitive. I mean, it's not too. I mean, people run through here, but nobody's really precious. But it gets competitive now. I got a good feeling. I don't think you constantly have to keep, you know, looting, because that's not how it works, you know. But yeah, you know, if you go around like on a daily basis, that's probably more sensible. But that's when you start running around on a, you know, like at the start of every restart. That just don't work like that. I mean, you might be lucky. And I never look in here first. I always turn my back. So if I see any signs of life, I'll disappear. But they're the magic garages. Oh, pike a day. That's exactly what that is. Let's run you into here. Nope. Let's go through here. I mean, with them being there, again, settling there, I don't know if that's upset, you know, the potential. Can't open. $4 wire. Let's go back up here and round through here. Oh, and I think the Legionnaires are alright as long as you're not running around with your gun out. It's just, again, crackheads and anybody else that might be looting as well. Got to check the cars as well. Magic cars. Pipe. I mean, what a pipe. Go around the back here. There's a couple of cars, but they all look like they've been checked. Come on, nails. Or a $4 in the boot. Or the trunk, should I say. Nope. See these, I don't know, I mean, we are a way into the, so people have almost certainly been through. tide must be out. This is the magic car where I found epoxy. But we found matches, which obviously are just as... bit dramatic. Probably gone for Apocalypse Oscar. There's police stations there. Check these cars. I'll check the and I'll loop back. Hoodie. The thing with, I think we were saying about earlier, being on the coast or military, I suppose here, and with the freshies, because guns, they're not impossible to find, but they're difficult to find. You may get punched out or meleeed more. So you could, if as long as you're listening, you may hear them start to run up. So that might be a better indication than just getting shot. But they can, you can still find it only takes one bullet to headshot you. So that's not here. Let's go back down this way. Through the back. And then I'll head back. Oh yeah, I think all the big towns like this, are, when it's empty like this, just you and the infected. It's quite eerie. And then you hear footsteps of another player. Oh, that's a box of nails. Shh. Shh. I'm going to check those garages. I'm not going to go in the police station. But there are the garages out the back. Stab vest there if somebody wants one. Yeah, I'll grab that. Got space in there. Bobble hat. Where'd you go? See, it was damaged. Just trying to punch him in the head so he didn't ruin it. Have they run after somebody? Need to keep my peepers open. I mean, I've been around the area lurking, so... Did I come this... Nope, no police event. Oh, I think I didn't check those, did I? I didn't go that far up. Oh, shh! Holy dogs. One more. Ay caramba. I was then saying, well, what a way to use your bullet type. Right, that made me jump. I was then thinking to myself, you know, about the dogs in that area. So there's 3 of them. And yeah, little bastards. I think they missed. That made me jump. I mean, I didn't hear any barking or anything like that. But depending on where they were, they might have done all that, because we've seen it before where they, you know, they just go into prowl mode, so they might be barking in the industrial. But yeah, that made me jump. Oh, that is the single barrel. So at least we know the dogs shouldn't be back for a little while. Yeah, getting a heart attack in the apocalypse. Yeah, I might make a little clip of that. Are you a dog or a cat person? Take a moment, a little momentary pause. They did make me jump, I'm not going to lie. Somebody's found a present. Well done. Get this little devil back in. So I mean, you can recoup what you lose if you put the legwork in, or visit the traders. You know, either or either. You still have to put effort in at some point. Nothing's easy. You know, unless you. Let's pop you away. Probably from the train wreck, I would say. Yeah, I'd probably say the train, because that's quite close to us. I mean, that depends on how desperate people are for storage. That could be a 4-dial right there, you know. But it all depends on what people are after. Let me secrete this other 3-dial away as well. Secrete, that sounded horrible. What am I doing? Right, let's shut this. So that's locked, yeah. Let me just... Right, back. So I've got the extra one. Stab vest. Let's drop them there. Damaged. They didn't. Just check if I got anything's damaged, because sometimes they can bite you. Yeah, they can bite you and damage your stuff without making you bleed. But it was, like I say, definitely Piker Day today in the cars. Try to find some nails. Like I say, I think we've got a couple, but I don't want to use them. Oh, I mean, do I get some planks and finish this one off? We can lock this, but we need a frame. That's the problem. You need I don't know. We've got nails for it, but we need to build a frame first, and then that. I think it's 10 in here, but I think you need 8. It's a 16. I'll take them out of the walls. If there's any in the walls, I'll take them out of there rather than anywhere else. There won't be any around here, but it's these ones. You never know. Some may have been forgotten. And where did I see the plank piles? They're over there. There's none in there. Because you never know, they do sometimes get left in. There won't be any. Oh, there might be some in here because the frames have been built, but you need to build a lower frame. So I could at least... I think I could at least build a frame so we could lock it. So at least we can lock it. Because that stops people just doing that if they get through the first level. Let's just check round here. I don't think so. Wishful thinking. I think I'm going to get some planks. I'm going to do it. I've got that. One plank. I mean, do we metal the... No, we can't metal the door. Oh, hang on, how many sheets have we got? One there. I think at least if we put the frame up... What am I doing? I'm all getting all sidetracked. So I need to... Let me drop the rest of this. So I can get planks in there. I only need 10. And I can build a frame and at least put a lock on. That's what we'll do. That'll be my little mission. So I'll get a saw. Where did I see a saw? Seesaw. Take you, put you like that. I can get some. Let's do some stealth logging, and at least we can secure that. Because we once the frame's up, if we've got some more metal, you can put a metal but it just slows them down. Right, I'm gonna do it. Let me drop all my knives, didn't I? Go into the swamp. Yeah, I've got the hatchet and I've got the saw. probably only too fat to jump up there. I'll have to drop them outside the back door and hope nobody steals them. Don't think you can throw these. Oh, you might be able to. Let me... I don't know if I can... I think my backpack's too heavy to launch up there. Or is it? I think I answered that, didn't I? Oh, there's some more metal here. So there's 4 sheets. And I think you need 4 to build a bottom panel. Oh, that was close. Not going to let it beat me. Yeah, 3 hours later. Well, that worked. Right, I think we can at least put a bottom frame. we're so close. We are so close. I might see if I can scrap. What did that take? 10. Took 8. So I think we need 8. I've got the planks. Just searching the walls. Yeah, we need 6 more. We'll have a little look-see in here. See if I can find any in the walls, because they're like the ones that aren't, I think, have been missed. Let's have a quick look. None in there. Where's that other shotgun shell gone? Put you with the rest of them in there. None in there. Let me just check one more area. 6. That was 6 we needed. Also, we need more. Boo! How many do we need? What I am going to try and do is get that metal up. That's what I'm definitely going to try and do. Let me drop that. That's too big to go in your backpack, isn't it? So let's drop you. This can't go in your backpack, surely. I'll try. But there's 3 more pieces downstairs that... Where's my backpack gone? No, you can't. welcome in. Welcome in, MT. Just doing a little bit of construction. Oh. I don't want to draft. Oh. Oh, welcome out, Jonas. Yeah, I'm just going to metal that. You might be able to tell me. Is it? I got 8 nails in there for the bottom bit. I found. I don't know what the quantities are for. Is it 10? Oh god, I'm getting all this messed up now. Yeah, I don't want to use too many, but I think if we can secure the inner one a bit, it'll slow people down rather than just walking straight in. That's my, you know, it's not like I'm building, I'm just repairing that one. I think that's more important than doing finishing off the walls downstairs, getting this another layer in. I do think it's 4 pieces of metal. I got the frame in. Put 5 in just in case. Yeah, it must be. I'll get a few more nails. I don't want to use them. Definitely got enough planks and stuff in there to do either. I think I just need a few. I don't need many more. Put that back in there. Don't need the saw anymore. Done my stealth. That's in the backpack anyway. Some stealth logging. Put you there, you there, you there. I think it is 10 because I think it was 8 for the frame. So it's not. I know it's not. I know the figures are slightly different to normal. That there, just bear with me a second. And again, I don't want to jinx myself, but I'm almost certain that I haven't given away any of the codes this time, which, I mean, I think my first season plan as a woodsman, I think I gave them all away in different stages. Yeah, it's just normally when we're under pressure, getting shot at, that I didn't hide my screen, but now I've got the audible click, which so I know it's engaged, because a couple of times I pressed the button and it wasn't a positive click. But now I can hear the clicks of the other dial. Oh, Negan, welcome in. Yeah, I think each server's got its thing. What am I doing here? I can't multitask, you see. I keep missing the clicks. Right, so let's just take... let me just take those out. Let me get them. Be on the safe side. Drop them there. I'll pick you up. I'll shut you. Lock you. Yeah, I'll dabble on Tarkov a bit as well for a complete change. I think that's quite a fun game. But again, I'm only playing PvE. I think for me it's enough. I think the PvP side of it, yeah, one, I'm no good at it, and also you can still die on PvE quite easily if you're not careful. Metal wall, there we go. Should be a percentage chance that you slip and miss your hand like you always do when you're hammering nails in. So what we got left? Yeah, it was 10. It was 10. And 3. 100% right. Let's pick my stuff up. Put you back on there. Perfect. Let me move you so you're not going to be in the way. Oh. I think what I'm gonna... No. Let me just... I'll put them in these walls. So I don't know. I don't want to start going crazy with the nails. Just put it in here so it's out of the way. There we go. Oh. Yeah, I put mine at 50 and 50. I try not to. Has your mouse just done an update or something? Because I know I've got a Razer, and that sometimes glitches, and it's literally across the screen. I don't know what DPI it is. I just keep tweaking it until, and I leave that, and then I adjust it in game. But yeah, I found out with if I have the DayZ on 100, it's too much for me. I could probably knock it down a bit lower. I mean, aiming is probably the worst. You know, is not too bad. It's that balance between quick enough to get onto somebody and then just slow, you know, and then too quick that you go on past them and whiffing your shots. Yeah, but I go 50, 50 and 50 in here. I leave once I get the mouse and I adjust it in game. But I think your mouse might have, you know, because you can have, sometimes as well you'll have a button where you can change profiles without realising it. Either you press underneath or there's something where you can change the profile, so you might have knocked it up from what you had it on. And it might be something like, you know, 50,000 DPI or whatever the highest profile is. But yeah, I'll just, again, you probably know now, I wait till stuff's on offer, because all this sort of stuff can be expensive if you buy the wrong thing. But I think I've had my Naga, this is my Naga Trinity with the 3, you can change the 3 side plates on. I think that's given up the ghost. But even that, you can set both of the Razor ones. You go on the profile thing and you can set 3 different profiles at different, and there's like 800, 1200 and 1800, and just have a mess about. Find one that you feel happy with, and then try and. Look, you were doing it anyway. You know, this is nothing new. You were doing it anyway, trying to change it in game. But yeah, sometimes they do a little update. Yeah, so this is better. So we can come to the lock here. That's why I put that there, because we could get seen quite easily from that gap. I mean, we still can now probably, but if you happen to undo this lock, we now got a little bit of protection, which is good. There'll be all right. I mean, it might sound daft. Have you given your PC a good old blowout? Get rid of all the dust. I bought one of those little rechargeable hand fan things with different nozzles on, and I blow mine out and the PC, because you'll be surprised how much, even in the cleanest rooms, how much dust you pick up. Yeah, that was a good Amazon purchase. Even use it on the car for the water drips as well. So we're good. We've got that gate in. We've got a lock here temporarily as well, so I might as well think of an awesome passcode for it, like 111. I think nobody will check that. But yeah, you're only as strong. You know, they can come through there, but generally on here, yeah, you'll be surprised. You know, at that. I mean, mine is on the floor, but it's not on the carpet. But it's still, and because where it is now, though, it's easier just to unplug everything. Where it was before, it was a bit of a nightmare. But now I can unplug everything and take it downstairs, or take it out and just give it a good blowout, because it could be overheating because of the dust. It don't take much. It gets jammed in there. Yeah, so that's secure now. Or with the lock on there, it's just slow them down, because if they want to, they blow through a wall. If that temporary 3 dial in it, they'll probably roll it anyway. But that way we won't lose a 4 dial, if you know what I mean, because we haven't got one to put on there. But they may just roll it. And I found 3 of them today, you know, a 9 dial. And we normally do just run past them, but they're just handy to keep some spare for moments like, you know, they either fall through the floor or, you know, somebody, like it happened to me when I was downstairs, they shot me with it in my hand and run off with it. So at least you can secure it. Not where it is now, but the other entrance. Yeah, I think the little fan I got was like £10 or something. That's for what it is. You know, I know a lot of people when they buy cheap stuff complain that it doesn't work particularly well. Well, go and spend, you know, £80 on one that may do the job better. But that's perfect. That little fan I got. You know, if it, you know, if it does burn out. I mean, yeah, I on one charge. Oh, I think the only time my screen went black is when there was a there was a graphics update from Nvidia, and I think it was a bug, and I lost, you know, both my screens. I couldn't see any of them to do anything. But I was able, and I think it was a display port issue. Sound like I know what I'm talking about. It was only because I read up on it. I think it was a display port issue, so I was able to connect up with the HDMI cable, and then at least reset the driver. And then they put another patch out that fixed that issue, so it's all right now. But I'm always wary when I update anything, OBS, any of like the mouse. Sometimes it'll default your settings, which is a pain. But one thing I will say, since I adjusted OBS, and I haven't done obviously the 10-hour streams, but it hasn't. I don't want to jinx it, but it hasn't like restarted or frozen since I stopped using. I think Stream Elements Live. I guess that's the thing. I mean, it could be so many. It could be so many things. That's the annoying thing. Oh, I need to pick all my stuff up out here. Got my little stash of stuff. We need to pick you up so you don't disappear. Yeah, from full inventory to hardly any inventory. Yeah, I wouldn't get into trouble using those nails. Nah, it'll be alright, secure now. Or it's just secure. Just need to pop a lock on there, and it's. And like if the right group come, I've always said, say if Blackthorn came down, probably the Legion again, FL, Dam. If they come down specifically to rage it, they come down with enough stuff. You know, they don't piss about. This is just to prevent the hobby raider, if you know what I mean, the opportunistic raider. You know, if they're able to get in so far, they should be able to get stopped. But someone who knows what they're doing, they'll get in most bases. But yeah, I'll pop that lock on. But we'll get some more 4 dials. You know, that's always, if you can. I mean, we have given, I think, some away. Once we get set up, we don't really hold on to much, but it definitely is worthwhile keeping hold of you know, a 4-dialed and say a couple of 3 dials if you've got space. Put the stab vest in one of these. You're in there. Lockpick. I know some people love a lockpick. Yeah, they gave me so many things when it comes to I'm clueless unless it's an obvious fault. You know, it's all to do with if you know about it, you know about it. If you tinker with computers, you know, somebody will be able to tell you exactly what that is when it does that. A loose, you know, could be a loose cable, or you know, whatever display port or HDMI, whichever one you use, could be playing up. They can get a pin broken, and as it heats up, it disconnects. You know, there's so many things it could be. And quite often, when we don't know, we go to the most like extreme method of trying to fix it, rather than, like you say, wiggling your is it your GPU, or you know, we go, right, I need a new PC, or you know, without actually it being a loose cable or a cable that you might have to spend, you know, $10-20 on. I don't know how much they are, but you know, to get a new HDMI or DisplayPort cable, you know, you get a bent pin or anything like that. Nothing worse than having a bent pin. That's what she said. But yeah, it could be something so simple, but we already automatically assume the worst. So then, best case, you just need to get a new cable. Ten matches, wow. I think that's the most I've had. And I've got a lighter. I've actually completed the game now. A lighter and matches. All these pikers that I found in the cars. One for each day. Yeah, you can, like I say, and again, you can set yourself little tasks you want to complete. Yeah, sometimes they might auto update on the sly, the little devils. And I have it with, I think, an antivirus. That has a nasty habit of updating in the middle of something, even though it's not supposed to. And something freezes, or you know, the game lags, or something lags out, and then all of a sudden it pops up, oh, we've updated. Oh, thanks. I didn't really intend you to do that, but yeah, like I say, it could be absolutely anything. I know when, and it's, you know, there's different levels of complexity. I don't know if any of you watch more can remember when Amish said he spilt a big bottle of Guinness in his PC. he's got a new one now. He's had it a while now, but yeah, he had one, and he got a. I think he went to the shop and he saw a Guinness, and he got this Guinness, and he said he doesn't normally put it where he put it, but it fell over and spilt into his PC, and I think he was trying to get it, and I think he was using dual setup, but yeah, there was loads of advice that was coming through for him to try to get it to fit, to try and fix it. But I think he bought new parts for it. He bought new bits for it. That didn't solve the problem, and I think in the end he got a new PC. But again, I think he tried everything, but then it comes to the point where you're probably spending more on parts that aren't solving the problem when you can probably buy, a new one. But yeah, there was a lot, again, without, somebody who knows what they're doing, if that's physically in front of them, and they can plug it in and test it. But if, I'm not like, I couldn't do that. Oh, that was, perhaps the dog was a gamer, and he wanted to mark his territory. I don't know. Oh, that must. Yeah, fortunately, I haven't got that issue, but that must have been a nightmare. We've got a cam net. I'll have to tell Una we've got another cam net. We can look to put another little screen up somewhere, because we don't need it on that one. Do a bit of stealth logging, stealth digging. Yeah, it's gone. I think it will be. Yeah, Phil. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's good. That tickled me. Sorry. Oh, welcome in, Glenn. Yeah, I know. That was good. I should have picked up on that. My dad jokes are a bit off at the moment. That is good. That's. Glenn, no, I haven't killed the final boss, but I've on Tarky. I managed to complete the ambulance one, scrap metal at the same time, I think. That's coming along, because I found them doing other things, so when you know what to look for. Wrong. I completed the ambulance one, but then I could only find 2 of the tanks where I was so I was doing them at the same time, and then because when I got another one, you have to go into a certain room. I think it's room 304, and I think you need a key for it. But I didn't go in there. I actually where I spawned in was pretty much on top of the other tank I needed. So yeah, I got 2 raids. I got both of those done. Yeah, I might pop on in a bit, because I say it's gone a little bit. a little bit quiet. I've done a bit of looting. I've built a wall up. You're right. You can see if you do the right quests, or you do certain quests, your reputation just flies up enough so you can unlock stuff, and then you can buy the stuff to upgrade on some of your the gun build ones. You literally just buy it off him for hardly anything, instead of getting flea marketed for 1,000 times what it costs from the trader. Dogs again, was that? Was that dogs? Thought I heard a little bark. I mean, I got jumped by him earlier, which I've only just recovered. Oh. You need to, when Lethal pops in chat, if you see him on, he does that sort of stuff over here. Well, I think because you can spend time in the stash, and you can search. You know, you can actually follow. You know, see what you have to do and follow the path, rather than sometimes you just get all trying to sort your stash out, trying to sort stuff. I think it's just concentrating on one or two, like with with the raids. It's going in there and not getting distracted looting. So I didn't even go into the resort. I literally just pinged the ambulance and then went. Obviously got shot at quite a lot, but yeah, I didn't bother with anything else. You know, so I was, whereas before you get distracted with looting, or you go into a building trying to find something that probably isn't relevant, and that's when you get killed, and then you lose everything. Whereas I just went in to familiarise myself a bit more with the map, and I kept like the spawns I had was either like directly north or to the east. So you run down the road and you're on the coast road, so you can go up. So I done the dropping the gun off and the multi-tool, but they were both in the same place as well, which I don't know if it used to be like that, but yeah, you dropped them both off at the same boat. But it was a bit hectic again on one of the I don't know what it's called, but one of the fishing boats, or the big fishing boat. There was a lot of heat as soon as you came near that. But I'm starting to get a slightly improved at it, because you're right, the PMCs or the players will just shoot at you from distance, whereas the scavs tend to get a bit aggressive and start hurling abuse at you in Russian. Well, I still, yeah, it's getting like a bit more familiar, but like I said, I'm still like having to use the I think if they put a bit more information in the quest, not a lot, they don't need much more, but I think some of them are so vague. You know, if you don't know the map, it's a double. And I know like I say, I know you can look everything up, and there's some really good interactive maps and stuff, but just a little bit more information. But it literally will just say, yeah, in the such and such room, and you don't even know where the building is or what the building's called. But I mean, thousands and thousands of people have done it. Yeah, I start to check the ammo now, and I'll check to see what damage it does. I found I think it was a pretty pristine DayZ. I think it was like nigh on 100% mutant that I've kept. Didn't need to repair that, or I might have sold it because that was, or because I'm nearly full on stuff again. Yeah, I mean, and it is, but yeah, I still enjoy getting sidetracked. You know, I found a drill. I then found some screws. I think I've updated the toilet. I've upgraded the toilet and the food place. I think workbench is next. Oh, let me just, before we go to nap time, let me choose a suitable code for this and then write it down so I don't forget. Let's go. I have to write that down, so I forget that, and I'm no good at rolling them like everybody else is. I'll be locked in, a bit like Mimi when she locked herself in one of the cabins up at the summer camp by accident. Went to open the door, but there was already a frame there, so she locked herself in and couldn't remember the code. But she cracked it. She came back after restart and was out in a matter of minutes. I'll come back after the restart, just see if anybody else wakes up or anybody comes past. Yeah, and I think the thing I don't want to do, especially if the quests are all like whenever you wipe or whenever it wipes, if they're all like pretty much rinse and repeat, I think it'll get a bit tedious if you know exactly where everything is. I know there's a couple of spawns things can go into, so it's not always in the same place, but it's in the same one or two places. But again, on PvP, it's different because the stuff could have been gone. You know, it might not even be there. So that's a slight difference, you know, pretty much on PvE. You know, the extracts, I don't think any of the players might take the extracts, the AI might, but, you know, it's... do just need to let the others know so they can get in of the code. Yeah, because we're going to help the or hopefully we'll help Trailblazers move in the next couple of days or so. That could potentially be fraught with danger, or at least they run down. At least, you know, run down with, or get it set up so, you know, you can just drop it in. They might miss the wolves though, especially when Mimi wakes up again. Wake up in a different. I wonder if they can move her while she's asleep. Wake up in a you know, a different barn, and she won't realise what's gone on. So I found this one, so pick up and drop that. Pick you up and drop you. Although I think this is, but yeah, this is protect under the flag. So you can see the little, when I say about protecting under the flag, it's got a little flag next to the plus of that won't despawn while the flag's up, because it's got the little flag icon. So containers, I think shelters, tents and walls, I think that might have one, will it? Sometimes for some reason it doesn't always show, but yeah, things with a flag by it don't despawn when you drop them on the floor. They're protected, but things like this won't have, so that'll despawn. Containers, like I said, protector cases. Teddy bears, are they a container? Should drop you on the floor. No. Oh no. Whoops. No, that should still be there. The guy. What was that? The two men from yesterday. Oh yeah, the two guys. So that was Wes, who is Whiskey's brother, who got executed by the Legion, and the other one was Reverend Riddle. He's part of the. They're both part of the Trailblazers, and they've been struggling a little bit with members, and I think which hasn't helped, and they got raided and pretty much lost everything. It doesn't take long. It doesn't take long to recover stuff, but it can be a little bit disappointing, you know, when you lose everything. If there's a few of you about, it doesn't, you know, it doesn't take long at all. Especially most of the people. Yeah, most people, like say, they might enjoy like going out and doing a bit of a loot and a scoop. But if that was just something you're doing every day because you're getting constantly raided, it does get a bit disheartening. Even though it is part of the game, you know, it just doesn't. You know, if you're in the wrong place and you get hit by like 3 different groups, you know, it's not the same group. Very rarely will the same group come back day after day after day. I say unless they didn't get in the first time. But if they got in the first time, they very rarely would they come back straight away. That might be another group, so that happens, and you know you lose everything. Please don't crash, please don't crash, please don't crash. I was going to go double. Yeah, so that noise there is everything rendering in. Because there's quite a lot of independent objects here to pop in place. So yeah, if there was like one tent, it wouldn't do that. It would just probably be there. But because there's quite a lot of separate items in here, it does that. But like that's what I was saying on console. The teddy bear's still there. I don't know if these are classed as containers though. I think it's just protector cases. Let's put you back in. What about cooking pot? Is a cooking pot a container? No. So I think protector cases are, and that's how you can tell, like I was saying yesterday, about how far out you can put stuff to protect your base when you build one under a flag, to stop the stuff, you know, so you know you don't have to interact with it. I think barrels, we might get dogs again soon, but yeah, barrels. Let me pick you up and drop you. Yeah, barrels, I think tents, you don't have to interact with these, but for some reason you don't get the little, it might be because they're too close to the an existing feature, so it just messes up the hitbox, so you can't see it. But normally I think you go up to the shelter, same as the walls, you can go up to the walls and you can see the condition of them. Well, I can give out free pikers to anybody that comes past. But if we get dogs, I'm not going to shoot them unless somebody turns up, because they are very good little guard dogs. So the infected are starting to come to wake up as well. It's been calm for it might even be calm for the rest of the week, and it starts kicking off. It don't normally stay calm for very long. Yes, I got attacked by dogs twice, didn't I? In Electro and over by the industrial. I think their spawn point is in the industrial somewhere there. I think that's where they always pop in, and then they go on the hunt, and then they have like a radius of where they'll lock onto a player. But yeah, they snuck up on me. I had no clue. I had no clue that they were there until he'd done that lunge. But that's what I was saying about earlier. I mean, I've been through the train, and I've been through both trains. There's a small chance something might appear, but it's not like... obviously what you can't do is loot cycle. You can't just pick stuff up and throw it out, or, you know... that's a big no-no on a lot of, well, pretty much every server, community server. Obviously, you see it a lot on official because it's not, it's probably not regulated as it is on here. But yeah, quite often you'll see piles of loot where people have unfortunately tried to force loot. But I don't think that'd work here because, you know, not to the same extent. But I don't want to find out. I thought when I looked at my character the boots were damaged again, but they're not. Where did I see that plank pile? Did I see one over there or there? I can't remember. That'll be useful for them when they start putting their walls up. Yeah, now again, somebody else, like say for example, somebody woke up here and they wanted to go through the trains and that, they might find something that they were looking for that I weren't looking for that was there, you know. And that is the difficulty if you have different people like start to wake up after you've just gone through the containers. You know, you don't need to loot because you've already been through, but they may look somewhere that you haven't looked. So you can go, then it's always good, you can just trot with them as Overwatch, because if you've already been through, because there is a chance you might find something, you know, a small chance. Well, if you don't look, there's no chance, but if you do look, there's a chance you might, you know, you may come across something, and that's what I mean about luck and persistence. It's probably not as bad if, like now, things are a bit quieter at the moment. It's probably not as bad in that regard, but if it's dangerous to go out there, that's when I think it can be a waste of time. You know, if we were getting shot at, you know, looting the containers on the off chance you're going to find something is a bit silly. But when it's quiet, yeah, you can go through. You know, I didn't go up to the summer camp this time. Or the hospital, so that might be something I can do. Get some bandages. Just seeing if there's any movement first of anybody around. Can't quite see. There we go. No. Yeah, so a little bit more secure. But like I said before, people who, if they, yeah, that's what, especially on this server, if they're coming to raid you, they're coming to raid you. And they'll get in. If you're here to defend it, they may not. But if you're not on line, or they kill you in the base and you can't get back, or something like that. You know, you're in Bereziki if they shoot you out the base. And they'll probably be finished by the time you get back. Whereas, like with when the Fireflies raided us last season, I was able to get. Well, we were able, me and Whiskey, was it, or Josh? Well, it was me, Whiskey, and Josh. I think we got separate. I think Josh was in the base or had to come back to the base, and me and Whiskey were out in the industrial, so we were able to get back. I think Whiskey might have got shot there because they were all over the industrial, I think, as well. I think they were behind us because we got shot from behind as we came up. So I think there was somebody behind us, but we were able to disrupt them. I managed to get back and disrupt them a little bit more, and I think Jonas was able to get back a couple of times. I think I might have shot Josh by mistake. I think I shot Jacko by mistake, but I managed to get a few of them. And that was enough to, I think they then struggled to get enough people back to fight us off. And then when I got back after, I think a couple of runs to try and get back, I think I got killed by dogs right close to the base, literally right in the swamp. But I think fortunately I got an Electro Western spawn on that one, so I was able to get back, and Jonas was already in the base defending, and I don't think they came back after that. Yeah, so if you're in the base, you can slow them down. It's literally, if there's a couple of you, you could literally have somebody with the lock here. If they're trying to get in that one by blasting or coming wherever they're going to come in from, you could literally have. Well, you have to be careful about it. You don't want to leave anybody, isolated. But you could probably have somebody with a lock. So if they popped that bottom one, I don't know if you just see it disappear. But then you could run in here, lock this one, and then start shooting at them as they do this. So there's like different stages you can defend yourself. Yeah, there's like different things you can do, but it only really comes into a count if you're always getting raided, or raiding squad. We get, well, again, I don't want to jinx it, but I mean we get raided probably once or twice a season because we don't really hold that much, and we don't raid anybody, so. Apart from people having disagreements with us, we don't really aggravate many of the other groups to the point where they want to come down. I mean, the ones that will raid you regardless. You don't have to wrong them; they'll just decide to raid you. But with a lot of them, it's generally retaliation to them being raided. So if you raid someone, just expect a counter raid to try and get recover your stuff. And then unfortunately don't get upset if they come back and they, take what they've lost and more, and probably you're in a worse position than you were before you raided them. They've sent you back in time. But that's the risk, anything like that, you go against some of these groups, and if they're, they'll come back at you harder than you came at them. But even like the cars have quietened down. You used to hear cars go past you know, quite a lot. If it was the clowns, they'd always bib as they went past, or you'd see people gunning it through the checkpoint or having to slow down by the checkpoint. You can come over the hill and down onto the train tracks, but that's treacherous in its own little thing. But we'll hang about for a little bit more. Yeah, I don't know how many people are on who popping on Livonia. I think that's quite popular for people who haven't played Livonia. You know, in some cases, you know, at all. They've got their, you know, they got the game after all, like Namalsk and all that came out, so they've never really played the official maps other than Chernarus. But that's where I'd struggle if I went on like Deer Isle, even Alteria. I'd struggle with that now. It's been so long. I liked Alteria when that came out. Big map, but again, once you know where you go, and it's not that. You know, a lot of them, even the small maps, are big. When you keep getting lost, you don't know what side of the map you've spawned in on. I mean, at least it's not like Tarkov, where they've got like random minefields or random claymores that you go into a room and you're instantly dead because somebody. Yeah, you don't. Well, I'd like to say you don't make the same mistake twice, but you probably do. Yeah, and as like I say, as it's getting dark on a new map, I think how I played Deer. I think I played Deer Isle briefly. Just trying to think the other maps I played. So I played Namalsk. I didn't survive, you know, too long because that, I think the PVE, you know, the cold in itself, because you can get frostbite. You can't on Sakal, but you can on Namalsk. You get frostbite and your resistance builds up. But you do get sick on Sakal a lot quicker. You get you know, I think you get pneumonia. Or it starts off as a cold, flu, pneumonia, and then you finally die if you don't treat it. Whereas on the Namalsk, it's frostbite. So if you don't dry your clothes out, and actually your body parts here, when you take your gloves off, they're white. If you get frostbite on, I think any of the major parts of your body, they go white and you can't recover, and your health chunks as well. If you get, I don't know if it's like, I think once you've got frostbite, I think you're on like white chunked as your normal health, no matter how full you are, how warm you are. That's it. You've got frostbite. I don't know if you lose health if you get more than one. I'm not sure. And that's why, like, drying your clothes out, not ignoring the PVE, especially on there with the cold. I think the food is frozen there as well when you find it, so you have to thaw that out. But I believe, I mean, I could be wrong, I believe that was the first, like, non-official map, I believe. As in community, a non-official map. Yeah, I'm just going to get night time soon. What we on Tuesday? So again, it's like I say, anything can happen. But it has been a little bit quieter the last. But again, for how long the server's been going, I know I said this before. I think it happens, as part of the cycle of the server. It'll be extremely popular with massive queues, and it is still popular at any time. But then obviously there might be times where it just dips because other games or other maps come out, people playing other games, or they may be even preparing for their next story, waiting for the right moment to rise up or start to put pieces in place. I'm sure that'll get, I'm sure that'll, pick up again, because even freshy traffic, that's how it's a little bit quieter. The normal footfall of freshies isn't as, and also people getting coasted. If when there's something going on, you sometimes see like half a dozen people going to the well, getting back to whatever's going on. Yeah, but I still got to be careful, because that's how I got shot. I'm hoping that the visibility is making it a bit more difficult. Doing myself mischief. I know what'll happen. I'll end up jumping out of the window. I'm just saying, I was trying to tell you what I mean about being able to defend the if you've got people in here. Damn it. I think it might be there. I thought you could get on these. I think you can get on these, but yeah, you could you could stand on them, crouch down. If they blow the door, you can at least defend. I think last time we had some bigger gaps, obviously, but they meant they can shoot through, but we can shoot out. There we go. So you could literally stand here, again, the ideal scenario for us, we've got people in the base, people around the base, people up in the hill, and you can, if they burst through any of them, and if they're looking through there, they come through there. I think if you want to be daring, you can get on the platform and obviously fire down at them as well. But they could have, they can counter that by having people in the industrial. So it's a double-edged sword. But yeah, you can. But that only really comes if you're constantly raided. Like the first time you get raided, you'll find weaknesses where they've come through that you weren't expecting, because they've looked at it differently to you. And then I'll build there, but then somebody else will come through and they've come through a different way. So you have to try and make the best, with the materials you've got. And I think, again, like I say, Couch Gideon have built this enough from scratch, that many times, that they have their process that get a door on to stop, even if it's like a gate and a 3-dial, that just stop people randomly coming up, and then start working on other access routes in. because you get carried away and you do the wrong thing. You know, for example, if we put an armory in, but that all it means is they can come all the way up here in here. So if you can stop them down there, so it's an effort to get to the next floors. That's all that thing is about finding the best way of. Can I help you? No. I'd rather you didn't. There's nothing in there anyway. No, you're free to go. You're free to go, but just please don't roll the lock. There's nothing in there. Do you need any food or anything?
Who am I talking to?
You're speaking to a Rusty Peer the Woodsman.
Oh, you're in the...
Sorry, your voice is cutting out. Your voice is cutting out a little bit.
Yeah. Alright, you're in there, right? You're
Yeah,
in that
yeah,
base?
yeah.
I was wondering. No, it's funny. It's kind of ironic. That's how I died last time. I rolled the code lock, and then someone followed me in, and I died.
What, inside there,
No.
or on a base?
Oh no, different place. I got sent back to the coast.
Yeah, people don't. I mean, we're not a shooty group. We're here normally to help.
Who's we?
The Woodsman.
The Woodsmen.
That's the group.
I'm gonna check my map.
Yeah, you're in Prigger Rocky, so I'm by the I'm in the embassy. You're just outside it. And like I say, we're not a shooty group. But some other groups, you would have probably woken up on a different place on the coast if they'd have seen you doing that. And also, we had our truck stolen yesterday, I believe, from there.
Sorry, I was listening to the voices in my head. I checked the map, so now I know where I am.
Yeah.
Oh, I hear someone.
Might be an infected.
Yep.
There you go. You might have some. You might have some dogs. Yeah, like I say. Do you need any food or anything? Is that something I can help you with?
Tell you what, bud. I've got one item on me that you might want.
Oh,
and it's a combat knife. I have a combat knife on. I want to trade something for that.
No, I'm good. I mean, I can throw some fish down to you if you want. If you need some fish.
There you are. I see.
Yeah. Apologies for being a little bit elusive, but we do get shot at the base quite often from evildoers.
That makes sense, considering you're by the coast.
Yeah. Well, yeah. We have a couple of groups that aren't our favourite friends most of the time, but most of the others are fine. But yeah, it's like I say, if I don't think any of us would have actually shot you. We'd have always try and speak first. But if you try and roll people's locks and they do find, they do see you, you probably will get, shot on sight.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that was really bad, but I wouldn't have done it unless if I thought someone was around. I kind of thought that.
Yeah, and the thing is, again,
people right now are sleeping.
Yeah, are you new to these lands in particular? Or have you been around a while?
A little bit.
Yeah.
I've got a buddy. He's doing his thing elsewhere, and yeah, my last trip around here went pretty good. I made it all the way to the Blackthorn gang's territory.
All right.
When I was doing pretty well for myself, and then I wanted to honestly just talk to them and meet them, but you know, it was kind of late in the day, and so a lot of people were sleeping. So then I just was like, screw it. That's a 3 dial combination lock. I could probably roll it and get in, and I did. And it took me like 30 minutes.
Yeah, I mean it is. I mean we got. I'm not going to lie. We got raided not long ago. So normally we have 4 dials on, but we got raided on that.
By who?
I think it was the Legion, I believe. But again, if you have a base, you've got to expect that sort of thing. But we'd appreciate. I mean, the truck was in there a couple of days ago, but it obviously got stolen.
Probably because of someone like me.
But yeah, probably. I mean, because the thing is with our group, we try to help people. You know, we're not a shooty group. We're like a community group. We try and help people on the coast. So the truck that was stolen, all we really do is do fish deliveries inland or stores deliveries inland for people that need it. You know, it's not. It's actually a community asset that we lost. You know, it's not for our, us to flex that we've got a truck. We do put it to use, but we'll get another one. It's just the way of the lands. But yeah, it's it's. I weren't going to let you try. I weren't going to let you try and get in because, like I say, there's a couple of tents with nothing in there because they got cleaned out the other day.
Yeah. Kind of helped me honestly, because I would have hated to waste my time doing that when I should have been getting food. Because I was like, I could be getting food.
Yeah, I mean, but there is, you never know. It's the risk versus reward, isn't it? Everything in this land is risk versus reward. You know, you could have got in there, you could have got yourself guns, ammo. I guarantee you, there's nothing like that in there. You might find a hat and a pair of shoes, but I think that's all that was left. But yeah, it is the risk versus reward. But like I say, a lot of the other groups, if they do have people that wake up at different times, you'll be surprised at how many people are actually in the base just listening. Not just here, but the other bases. Some people do just sit in there listening for things like that. But yeah, it's not ideal, obviously. But yeah, it is one of the things that can.
I passed through Gorka multiple times because it was on my path I was taking.
Yeah.
And then I never met a single damn member. Ever. Like I would drink from the well right in the center of town. Nothing would happen.
It is the thing with this land is things are happening all over the map. I've bumped into Dam twice, and it's nowhere near Gorka.
Yeah, they seem like a more nomadic group, and that's what my main goal right now is just to find people, honestly. Find people.
Yeah, it's
have a fun time.
Well, I bumped into them near Berenzino and Krasno. That's where I've bumped into them. But occasionally they roll past here. The clowns roll past here.
Okay, so as far as stuff I need, I'd say you have a spare. I mean, food and water. That's like I'm gonna run out of that eventually, and I can find that on my own. But I would really. If you had, say, like a plastic bottle.
Did you see that fish?
I got shot. I thought you were trying to shoot me. I was like,
no, I threw a fish at you.
All right, did it land behind me or in front of me?
Let me throw this one to the truck. There you go. If you
I found it on the other one.
Yeah, and if you go forward, there's that one there.
There we go. Got it. Thank you.
There is a well just over the road as well. I haven't got a water bottle, unfortunately. We haven't stocked up recently because it's been a bit dodgy. What is your name, by the way? I'm slightly Rusty P, the Woodsman.
I am Onyx.
Onyx. Well, it's very nice to meet you. Obviously, although not by rolling the locks, but generally our group, if you do if you do, when again we understand again if nobody's home, we can't stop it. But generally, most of the other groups now, if they need anything like food or supplies, we give it out. You got another.
Get over here, you little bitch.
Onyx, I'll remember that. Rolled our locks, a little bastard.
Got him.
Yeah, like I say, generally we don't hold much in the way of guns or ammo because for what we do down here, we just don't need it. So if we have, I haven't got one at the moment. If we had pistols to spare, we hand them out because you do get dogs in the industrial that are quite a pain when you get a pack of 3 or 4 on you. But yeah, we tend to try and help people and stay neutral with all the other groups as best as we can. So
for a woodsman group, I knew you guys were around here, but I thought I'd find you in, like the woods.
Yeah. So a little bit of the history, if you got the time. So they did form up on the hillside to the north. Like about 3 years ago, they used to live up there, but the base's location got leaked in, I think, a local newspaper, and it was because it wasn't a structure.
Wait, hold up. Wait, can I come inside or something?
Yeah.
I'm low-key.
Yeah.
I'm kind of dying of cold.
Yeah. If you come under the base, this is when I get shot.
Yeah, I see the door.
Yeah, if you need to go round to the eastern side. There's one way in.
All right.
If you bear me a second. What can I give him? I could have shot him. No, I'm not giving him any of that. I'll give him a knife. I'll throw a knife down to him. Well, you never know what may come from it. I mean, it is a 3 dial, and if I hadn't been here, he would have got in, and that's quite a... I just got to be careful. He has got a pistol in his pocket or something and shoots me because I don't trust him.
My guy, how many gates do you need?
It's like I say, nowhere's ever safe. But you've got to try and slow people down. Like I say, we don't... Just bear me a second. Because you'll be surprised when the heat's on. I mean, what you'll find in these lands, if people are going to come and raid you, they're going to get in. There's very little you can... I mean, what I call the shooty groups, if they come to raid you, they're getting in. So you have to try and make it as secure as possible.
What about sheet metal?
Yeah, like I say, you're only as strong as your weakest wall. Because, like I say, you get, say, Blackthorn, for example. If they come to raid you because you've upset them, they're going to get into your base pretty much no matter what.
Yeah. Suppose the goal is you kind of have to either...
Are you in the centre?
Or either not have...
Are you in the centre?
I'm right outside the door you're in.
Oh, right. Yeah, so if you get on that yellow pallet, if the dogs come, they can't get you on there. But yeah, so like I say, you're only as strong as your weakest wall, and if you get on the wrong side of some of the groups, they can get in any base. They'll get enough explosives, they'll get enough stuff, and it's just a matter of time.
I feel like the trick would be to not have one big main base. You would have 2 or something.
Some of
That way
them,
you wouldn't lose
yeah,
everything, or you would have like the Blackthorn gang, like they have the castle, right?
yeah. The thing you find, I mean, again, I don't know if you've been base building, but resources are very, very hard to find. So, yes, you can have stashes, and it makes sense, but it's still dependent on what you want what you want to achieve. But say for here upstairs, we've normally got a bit of medical, a bit of food, and a few bits and pieces. We don't really hold much. I think he's going to try and shoot me or something. I don't trust him.
You want a flashlight?
No, I'm good. No, I'm good. It's going to get dark soon.
The military one.
No, I'm good. No, I'm good. But if you don't need anything, if you've got stuff on you don't need, we have got some shelters by the well over there. And if you want to leave it in there, somebody may need it. And you might find stuff in there you may need as well.
Nice. Yeah, I was really honestly, I need probably just a container. That's it. Pretty much just a container that I can put water in.
Yeah, you can sometimes, I mean, did I see some? There might have even been one at the well or in the houses at the well, but you're free to loot the containers in there as well. The main thing you have to watch out for are dogs. They're probably, and crackheads. So obviously, this is obviously can be quite busy with people, waking up on the coast from up north or just brand new. So your usual thing, you need eyes in the back of your head. But
wait, what's your name again?
I'm Rusty P. I think there's
Rusty P. What does the P stand for?
Plums. I used to grow fruit in Livonia, and plum rust is an infection they can get. So that was a nickname I got because ours got infected.
That's funny. Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, no.
Thank you for not also shooting me. So
no, like I say,
we'll see each other again someday.
Yeah, hopefully. Let's say hopefully. I mean, if you ever need to cook in relative safety, there is an oven in the back door there. If you go up there on the left, there is a stone oven in there, which is a bit safer. But again, just we all know rolling lot $3 don't last long. But again, if it had been another group, you'd have probably woken up on the coast. But we don't do that. Yep. We don't do that because we enjoy to have a little and you never know. We may need your help in the future. You may need ours. So if we can keep it, friendly, that's always the best way. Doesn't always work, but that's what we try to do. I mean, are you looking for any groups in particular that I can point you in the direction of to try and meet people?
I mean, so one of the reasons I came around here is because I heard there's a lot of people in this area around these lands, and I wanted to.
Well, yeah. I mean, have you got a map of these lands so you can see where the groups are?
I do.
Oh,
well,
right.
I mean, Ed, but like,
I can give you a physical one if you want to be able to reference that. If that helps.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, let me just fish that out. I'll throw it towards the pillar, and that should bounce off. Oh, gone behind you. It should be against the wall. Yeah, so that'll show where the group. So you've got the Fireflies in Pooster.
Your embassy.
Yeah, you're right underneath the embassy as we speak. And the reason we moved here from the woods is for foot traffic. There weren't, obviously, we can capture a lot more people and they know where we are. You'll see a lot of the groups because they know we give food out. If they ever get sent back to the coast, they beeline it to here, to the well and to here, so we can try and help them out.
That's why they keep you around. Okay, I get it now.
Yeah, exactly. We're sort of useful to them. If you stop being useful, that might be slightly different. But I think we've helped enough of them that they tolerate. We're liked by some and tolerated by the others because as soon as you become a threat, that's when you get the heat on you unnecessarily. We still get shot at by randoms. It still happens. That's the way of the world. But if you try to You know, if you try and engage with people, you'll be amazed. You know, even some of the, like with Dam, if you bump into them on the right day, you know, you might just get a broken leg. You might not get force-fed human meat, and you might not wake up on the coast.
Killed.
Well, it's, yeah, like I say, I wouldn't necessarily go to Gorka purely because it says stay out on the map. And if you did get shot, you know, before you got there, and a lot of people do, you know, I don't know if you've been to Zelenogorsk, you've got the 506 in Zelen, they're not on the map, but they control Zelenogorsk. They've got specific rules about entering Zelenogorsk after dark, not drinking at the well with your bare hands, not littering, and not looting the military without permission. If you go in there,
control freaks.
They just control their area, you know, and you'll find a lot of the groups will run, you know, like say, a lot of the other groups they wouldn't have even spoke to you then. They would have just shot you in the back, cut you up, and then that would have been done. They can control, but we don't, you know, we end up on the coast more, you know, by, you know, getting ambushed or getting sucker punched. But we do it for every one that sucker punches us, we probably help half a dozen, you know. So that's what we're here for. If we take the odd coast, and that's what we do.
Well, thank you.
No problem at all.
I appreciate you helping me out.
Yeah, no problem. Like I say,
See you later, Rusty P.
Yeah, catch you later. You have a good one.
Good one.
Yeah.
Thanks, you too.
I have tried. I have tried that before with the VSD. No, the SV98, and I completely hit the. I remember that. I done a short about it. Somebody was rolling the lock like that. No, he's trying to bash open the door. I think what I need to do is lockpick that door shut. That because those rings just popped open, but you can't blame them. But yeah, some people would have shot him. But you never know. His name is Onyx. And he may, because it's, what time is it? It might be quite early for his side of the world, so he probably thinks because of the type of, you know, because of the location of it, there might not be a lot of people on. But yeah, rolling the locks, and there's only a 3 dial. Yeah, take, you know. So we got into Blackthorns apparently. Oh, welcome in, Gusto. Well, I've just prevented somebody from rolling the locks using my voice, which is my strongest weapon. I don't think, you know, you're not wrong, you know. And I did inform him that we had already had the truck stolen, and there was not a great deal inside the. You got to be careful, though. He could have had a gun in his pocket. His mate could have been getting into a position to try and shoot me. That's why you have to be a little bit wary of that. Some people, when they're new, aren't as new as they make out. But yeah, it would have been easy because that was my gut reaction to shoot him or shoot at him. But that's not really. I know we could have been in our rights. He was rolling the lock, and he'll probably come back and do the same thing, or he might be a bit warier because he doesn't realise he was getting watched. I should have got the microphone, the megaphone out. Stay away from the. Stay away from that. That'd have made him jump. That would have really made him jump. If he'd have. I should have done that. Stay away from the garage. You there. But I got his name now. As long as he's not lied about his name, we know. He potentially rolled up there. He's up at the well there. But that's what they do, and that's what I was saying about for securing the base. If he was reasonably fresh as a freshie, he'd try and jump in here, try and get in here through, you know, legal means, and probably find a way if he's used to base raiding. You know, if he's rolling locks. POI, isn't it? point of interest. Yeah. So instead of killing them with bullets, we'll kill him with kindness and give him a couple of pieces of fish. I mean, he might come and try and roll the locks again, and that's what happens, unfortunately, when you've got people. Possibly, he said he's got a buddy that's out and about, but again, you just never know. They could be working together to try and lure you out. You know, Gideon and Couch had been caught like that, where they've helped somebody, and their buddies come around the corner and just shot them in the back because they're in Discord or something. So he's said he's got voices in his head, so he's obviously probably speaking to somebody else. That could be Lost Lee. It could be anybody. But yeah, ideally we need to lockpick. I've got a lockpick on me. I might lockpick that shut just to. Yeah, they stole the truck. I think that's the third. Well, the second one we've had stolen. The third one that we've lost. I might jump down and picklock that shut, just to stop the door, because then the doors won't open. But that's when I get punched out by him. But yeah, a lot of groups would have, just shot him in the back. And that was my first immediate thought. But then I thought, well, hang on a minute, there's nothing really in there. And that's what you're saying about. So if the base was in the middle of nowhere, you wouldn't. That you can roll your locks to your little heart's content, and it is quieter on the server at the moment, so people may take advantage of that lull. But like I say, there's generally, people do pop on from our group at random times, even if it's just like to, while they're at work, or they'll just sit there and listen in case something happens. But again, if you'd have, and that's another thing, if I'd have shot him, he would have been, he could be, well, he's an evil doer because he's rolling locks, but he could actually be helpful. In the end, we helped him out by not shooting him, and that may pay dividends if he stays in the server. He could remember that. Whereas, like I say, if he tried that in Pooster, they would shot him without a doubt, and they wouldn't be wrong for doing that. Obviously, he got into Blackthorn, and that's the obviously overthinking stuff. But that's the if you're relatively new to the server, I mean, he might not be. He might have been around. He know exactly what he's doing. But if you say get on the wrong side of Blackthorn and you stay as that character, you'll be known as they'll only know you as. I think he rolls ours as well. If he's down here and we're not in, he'll roll ours to get in. But yeah, and again, he might have been in the server for a long time, but you get caught by, say, Blackthorn if they don't KOS you and they find out who you are, and if you're playing the game properly, you tell them who you are, and straight away you've got Blackthorn against you, and they'll remember, and that's why I think some people potentially make the mistake when they first start. I mean, you can play how you want. We always say that there's no rule. As long as you follow the rules, you can do what you want within the limits. But if you start like rolling people's locks, and you've only been here a little while and you intend on staying, that's probably not the best introduction. He said his name was Onyx. I don't think, no, you're right. I think he probably has that many voices in his head that he loses he loses count. I remember when we were trying to, we went up there. I think it was me, Jonas, and Gideon went up there to play games, and he was trying to let us in, and obviously he had that many voices going off his head. He kept losing count. But yeah, that might be happening quite a lot, you know, with. You just got to be, you just got to be careful. But as I was saying to him, I mean, I think, nobody wants to get like their locks rolled or anything like that. But it, unless you're going to have somebody over watching 24/7, it's just a thing. As soon as you have a base, if you don't have a base, that's one less thing to worry about. But you obviously you haven't got a place. You're logging out in trees or random houses is fine. But it's bizarre, once you've got a base, you don't really feel safe till you're back here, even though you can get shot out of the base. But yeah, somebody see that and they see a $3 on it, they're going to give it go thinking stuff's in there. That's the way of the world. He's trying to live like Gary, isn't he? I don't know if I haven't seen him for a little while because I was away for a bit. I hope he hasn't lost, his Gary mentality. He was doing so well, but obviously we can't say that in front of the other clowns because they don't appreciate it, do they? You'll probably hear a single shot in Pooster. Yeah. But like and always with the interactions, that's what I say. With a shot, the interaction's done. Well, I probably missed him because I'm that bad. But you get the gist that. Oh, we had a chat. We had a little chat, and I was just saying then before I had to stop to count to put the lock on. A lot of the time, if you shoot, the interaction's done and dusted. I could have shot him because he was wearing a yellow. If he didn't have a yellow raincoat, because I thought he was a zombie to start with, and then I see him like turn the lock, stop, and turn the lock, stop, and that was my first thought was to shoot him. And he would, I'd have been within my rights, but the interaction stops there. If I'd have missed it or run off, and he only said a bit of a weak excuse. I only started to roll in the lock because I didn't think anybody was home. Well, that's not really an excuse. And say some of the other groups, they wouldn't have, or they may have knocked him uncon, took him prisoner, questioned him. But yeah, you can't. I mean, as long as you rolling locks isn't against the rules, and that's something that happens. That's just a 4 dial takes longer. But if you know what you're doing, it's only a bit longer. But it's getting it's not getting disturbed. That's not getting disturbed. I mean, because you've got the infected round here that may, if you don't speak, I don't know if they'll aggro downstairs, but you've got the dogs that will come up. That's why I leave the dogs up. going to say that's a little bit darker. I mean, look at the different. I put gamma on for you, but I put sunglasses on, and you can see it. You can see it change clearly because it's sunglasses at night. And so I was thinking that was getting really dark, but that's 'cause I got sunglasses on that night. Sounds like somebody's downstairs. Sound like footsteps, but it could be the zombies running around. Is he trying to lock again? Yep. I shall catch you later, Glenn. Yep, no problem. Thanks for popping in. I'm going to get the night scope out. We'll have a little peep. This is where it really... So I tell you, I can't multitask. I can't. Yeah, made me laugh when that guy went, how many locks do you need? Well, obviously more than we've got to keep with you around, you little bastard. You evil doer. I don't want to lock myself in. But again, they probably enjoy like the base raid and the stuff like that. And again, as long as you do it, you know, within the thing, there's nothing wrong. But I think just there we go. Just raiding for the sake of raiding. Again, they could be taking stuff up to the traders, you know, but I've always said the vast. I thought, well, I'd like to think pretty much everybody, but the vast majority, if you know, they want the interactions that comes with it. So like raiding an unknown raid doesn't afford you that chance unless you afford someone a breadcrumb of where it came from. But yeah, like I say, all the interactions, if you shoot, that's where it stops. And I think I would like a vast majority of the people who stay here are here for the interactions, good and not so good. You know, so if this would have been like an official server, he would have got, you know, a bullet to the back of the noggin. But that here, that's the like a final. That might spur him to take action against us. You know, get a gun and start blasting that. Start blasting at us from the hilltop, but because in his thought we shot him when he was, you know, coming past the base. But for us, you know, he was trying to roll the lock. You know, so yeah, it depends. You know, it depends. You know, a lot of the groups wouldn't. And again, if we'd have just been raided, that might have been something that would have happened regardless. You know, but I think, like you were saying then, I think he's just trying to take advantage of it being a bit quiet and potentially time zones, potentially. You know, I'm not sure if that's supposed to be a dedicated, you know, a dedicated thing you're supposed to do. But if whenever you play, you know, whenever you can get on is when you get on. There's no like wrong time in that regard. But yeah. Yeah, so you still got to be careful with the night scopes. I don't think it's as misty. So you still got to be, because I think it was a little bit lighter than this when I got shot here. When I was doing this with binoculars, and I don't know. I mean, I might have been a bit closer, but my body was here when I came back. Because I think I must have been, looking at the well through the binos, and they must have shot me through they could have been there. And they're going to stand in exactly the same place. Yeah, and yes, and I'm getting like I'm trying to get better at it, but yeah, I realised even like with the Legion or Lost Legion at the boat, you know, chatting to them and drawing that out, because eventually I think we were potentially all going to die, whether that was their plan or not, because, you know, and that's why in character I can never, regardless of what they turn to be or what they be, I'll never deal with them, because the times they've shot people down here, they've been shot at, or they've, you know, whereas us, that was, you know, so I can, you know, I can never, but that drew out, you know, as soon as you shoot somebody, that's it, that's the, you know, potentially the end, or that'll start a little, you know, yeah, because if we, sometimes they might think, oh, I'll tell you what, we'll get a gun and we'll just harass these for a bit, but yeah, it's. I was trying to get information because he said he had a buddy that's doing his own thing. Now, whether he means because he didn't want to say he was by himself, or his buddy was in the area. But yeah, I think on this server especially, it is the, you know, if it had been one of the other groups and they had rubber bullets, or they might try to break his leg, and then they would have had fun with him before sending him back to the coast, you know. Yeah, I think it was his excuse. I didn't think anybody was in. Oh, that's all right then. I'll just go to sleep and let you carry on, little fella. Yeah, you carry on. You carry on with the rolling your dial. I'll give you the code. I don't even know what the code is. Yeah, you carry on. But you know, in seriousness, that may, you know, if he does stick around, you know, that may, you know, that may help. He may remember, you know, the time he didn't get shot rolling the lock, and you just never know. Especially if people stay in the server for as long as some of them do, you just never know. I mean, if for example, if like if we came back and people were like up here, they'd probably just got shot. You know, if they managed to. And it all depends on what's been going on. I don't think many other groups would have been as understanding, rightly so. But he had nothing, you know, it weren't like you're going to get any loot off him or anything, he had nothing. And again, you can't blame him, he sees a door there with $3 on it, there's a couple of tents in there. But I could have quite easily missed him. Again, like so, I go from side to side. Or if I'm over this side looking out. Could have done. You could have 13 boxes of nails, epoxy, 4 dials that has been taken off everybody's bases. Yeah, that's how I learnt about the window ledge and muzzle clearance. When I shot at the other guy, I had the night scope on it, and that was pretty much like now. But we had the door pick lock shut, and he was bashing it with his knife. And I think I was probably stood here, and I aimed at him, but with the VS98, or was it the SVD? Either way, the muzzle was obviously down there when the sight was up here, and it just ricocheted straight off the window ledge. and I made out, I think I recovered quite quickly, I made out that it was a warning shot. I can still remember how it went. He was like, God damn it. He said, why'd you have to shoot at me? I said, did I shoot at you? And I absolutely did shoot at him. I absolutely did shoot at him. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, apparently he said he got into Blackthorns yesterday. I mean, but like you say, most, if it's a bit quiet for the group, you know, I think he did. I think he said something about he'd undone one and somebody followed him in. I don't know if that was Blackthorn, but yeah, he's probably just trying to get in. But like I say, I think some people. Yeah, they got nothing to, if they don't intend on staying, they got nothing to lose. They don't really care who they, upset within the limits of the rules. They got, but I think once people get the server, and if you bide your time, you can probably still get up to some of that, but with a bit of purpose rather than just seeing a base. Oh, I need to get into it, because that's what I would do on official. And we've all said if you play like you do on official, you're just not going to get stay on official. I don't mean that in a nasty way. Carry on doing that on here, but here it is about the interactions. But again, you're free. It keeps people on their toes. Just because it doesn't mean if it's not against the rules, feel free. But I just don't think you get the fullest out of and it keeps us on our toes. If everybody didn't do that. I mean, you had somebody stole the truck, so he'd have probably stole the truck if that was in there. It could have been something exactly like that. It could have been somebody who's just washed up on the coast. Saw a 3-dial, saw a truck, and then happy days, off we go. I think last season they took down the wall. They didn't take the gate. They actually broke into I don't know if they blew it, shot it, or knocked it down. I don't know, but the wall, the other side of the shed, they took it out that way, drove it straight out. It's one of those things that it happens. You don't want it to, but again, the only way to stop it is potentially to have somebody awake 24/7. But yeah, he's probably off. Now it's getting dark. He's probably off trying to find places to get into. But like I say, it's as long as it's not against the rules. Is that somebody running there? I thought I saw somebody move, and this is when you lose them because you can't look out the same bit quite easily. I thought I saw him run. That might have been the wind. But I did think I saw someone run past a tree. And that is the thing, you know. If I hadn't have come back, he would have still been here. He would have probably got that lock off, and we'd have just wondered where that had gone. Whether us, you know, and that's the thing. That open survey, anything can happen. You know, you can assume that it's the groups, and it could just be somebody trying their luck. You know, I mean, I don't think I'd have the patience to roll a 3-dial, but everybody knows that 3 dials can be cracked, depend on skill level. I think 8 minutes to 20 minutes, going through the different combinations. Just think of those 4, those 3 dials were 4 dials. You know, finding 3 4 dials, that would have been a thing of beauty. I mean, he's probably not learnt his lesson. He'll just, next time when he tries to break in, he'll shout up here to see if anybody's home. If there's no answer, he'll go, "What? Cheers, easy." Yeah, and like I say, he was saying, you know, it's risk versus reward, and Yeah, and it is. Like same with same with fishing. I think it can be quite therapeutic, even though people don't do it a lot. It can be quite therapeutic. But when you've got a purpose to do it as well, like filling it up for an event or filling up shelters, it's not you know it's not that, and you get a few people down there, you have a laugh. Yeah, no, I mean, uh, yeah, no, I agree. The same thing goes with being like a shooty group. Like I don't know if I could raid, or get enough to go and start, planning stuff. Each to their own. It's the same as with these different servers. I always say there's no good or bad. It's just ones that you prefer and ones that you don't prefer. You can define that in your own mind as good and bad, but I just think it's just ones that you prefer to play because they suit how you play. And other ones, like I say, I've never really been a fan of the heavily modded. Where your backpacks are like 2,000 slots or 400 slots, and plate carriers are like a 2x2 square. You can get logs and planks, and you've got unlimited stamina, but it works on some servers. And so again, you just and that's like if people come here and they're not like embracing even in the minimal RP bit, well, don't play it, because it is it is an organic RP. That's the idea of it. It's been around for a while, but again, it's understanding that RP isn't necessarily massive backstories. It can just be a name. That's all it needs to be. You don't necessarily need to know anything more than that. It can just be a name. Like you said, what's the P stand for? And that is, joking aside, plum rust is an actual thing. It's called plum rust, and I can't pronounce the Latin. That's something like Transgilia something or other, and that is a fungus that you get on plums. It's called plum rust, but rusty plums is a sort of term given to them. So if your crop's got it, you have got rusty plums, and also if you stand up to the waist in water for too long, you can get rusty plums as well. But yeah, that's as far as I go. A fruit farmer from the hills just outside Toppelin. Those hills, yeah, and that's as far as I need to go. Thank you. That's appreciated. Well, I think it's easier if you play, like I say, if you play the way you like to play, it's easier to play. And obviously being in a group that plays the way you like to play is an added bonus as well. But I still think DayZ is a snapshot of society. When things go wrong, this is it, and it won't be. It'll literally be within a couple of weeks. People will be reverting to DayZ survival techniques. Literally a couple of weeks, if it all went wrong. Yeah, this is a snapshot of how it would go. People doing what they think they need to do to survive. See if we've got any visitors over there. He's probably gone up to Boost now. Now I've given him that map. He probably knows where everybody. Well, I don't know. I've always, you know, when you watch things like The Walking Dead, and I think they broach upon it there, and I think that's when I forget. I don't want to spoil it anything, but when they go to the research centre and it obviously doesn't go well, you know, is it? And I think that's the thing. If it is never going to get better, you know, is it better to drag yourself through or go right at the start? You know, it's one of those questions that, you know, because, you know, some of them survive for months and months and months, and they still end up the same as somebody who, you know, fell at the start. I think as well, it's just understanding the game as well. Obviously, if you die, you die. Obviously, if you get sent back to the coast, you get sent back to the coast. You know, it's people do get, you know, they get quite invested and they can get quite emotional. But you know, the end of the day, it is a game, but you can still take it seriously. But it is just, you know, for me, the worst that happens is you wake up on the coast fresh again. Well, I know mine went up when I got attacked by the dogs just on the outskirts of town. Yeah, I've got an idea. I'll make that a little clip. You know, apocalypse pets. Are you a cat or a dog person? And then cut to me getting jumped by the three dogs. Oh, got a customer wearing a helmet. She's doing a little bit of a loot and a scoot. All depends if he runs up here or he goes, like I say, he's off into the industrial. Oh, superb. Oh, he's gone through there. So he'll probably, depending on which way he's going. Oh. He'll probably come through this bit by the glass factory. Because he looked like he was coming west to east. Probably find him rolling our locks. You know, it's Onyx come back as something else. Now getting lighter. So I've lost him. Infected are there. There he is over here. I should have put a flare up. But it sounds like a pistol shot, that's the only problem. There he goes. So he probably doesn't know us. Is he hanging out? He is hanging out, isn't he? Battery's dead, that's why. Hello. You look very, very poorly. If you need any food or anything, pop to the yellow crane where you killed the zombies, and I can help you out. Yeah, if you make your way to this side and get underneath the base, do you need food and stuff? Yeah, if you come under the base, there's a little hatchway there. If you come through, I'll meet you downstairs. Are you sick or do you just need food?
I just need food and water.
Right, I can definitely give you food. Water, the well is just over the by the houses there. Let me come down, I'll throw you some fish down.
Alright, I'm looking for the hatch now. Thank you so much.
No problem, no problem. That's what we do. Have you? Can you see the yellow pallets? There we go. Right, I'm gonna throw 2 pieces of fish down to you.
Hell yeah, thank you, man.
Oh, there's one there, and here's another one. That's just gone against the wall.
You're the man.
This is what we do.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Do you need a knife or anything?
Man, if you don't mind, a knife would be awesome so I can craft some rags.
Absolutely. Do you need a bandage? I can give you a bandage if you want a bandage instead.
Why not?
Let me
Yeah,
give you. I'm just going to throw the knife at you first, so you've got that. That's behind you. And here comes a bandage.
Cool. Much appreciated.
And there's also a bone knife. And I've got a piker that might fall through the floor. There you go.
You are amazing, man.
No,
What's your name?
I'm Woodsman Rusty P. We're the Woodsman. and this is exactly what we do. I see you in the industrial. I didn't want to, you were just passing, but then I saw you were hobbling quite badly, so I thought I'd get on the megaphone and give you a little, see if you needed any assistance. There's another piker there for you.
Thank you.
No problem. We have got, you're more than welcome to use it or not. So there is an oven downstairs in the toilets just below you. We have got a fishing spot over by the broken ship. If you go to where the sea is, just that way, and follow it along, you'll see a big rusted ship. There's a fishing spot there. You might be able to fish there quite safely. I wouldn't say it's safe, but it's safer than anywhere on the coast.
Okay.
But the well is literally just over by the houses. I can keep an eye out to see if there might be stuff in there in the shelters there that you might be able to use.
Okay, it's back the way that I was headed.
Yeah,
You're talking about those houses, Okay, cool.
Yes, if you where the houses are, if you walk down to the end of the dirt track, there's the well there and 3 shelters. And there might be, we tend to put fish in there, but they don't last very long, so we try and keep some up here to give out.
That's awesome, man.
No, but what's your name?
If I ever see you out there, my name's DayZ, man.
Easy. Well, very nice to meet you. So we're the Woodsmen. Do you need a map of these lands at all, as in that shows your groups?
That'd be awesome if you have to spare it. Yeah,
absolutely. That's just gone there. So if you pop that open, you'll see you're in the Woodsman Embassy in Prigga Rocky, and that'll be down by your left knee when you look at the map. And you're right in the bit underneath the Woodsman Embassy.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, that's where we are. And the well is literally across the road.
Okay, perfect.
No problem. Like I say,
thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. You're a godsend.
Well, like I say, we're the Woodsmen, and again, this is what we try and do to anybody. Be it new to the lands, been here a while. Most people know to come this way if they're in a bit of strife. But we do get visits from people who come down to see us from up north as well. But this is what we do. If that allows your journey to carry on, that's my job done. That's what we do.
Well, I appreciate it, man. If I can ever do anything, or if I come back this way, I'll be sure to at least stop by and see if I can say hello.
Oh, definitely. All we really ask for is if you just try and pay it forward to the next person you meet, but bear in mind that these lands aren't always safe. You won't always bump into I can hear you're thirsty. Yeah, I can hear you're thirsty as well. You wouldn't always bump into always nice people, but there's a lot around here. And let me give you them as well. There's just some matches there, in case you need to build a fire.
Thank you.
No problem at all.
You're the man. All right, I'm gonna head out, dude. I'm gonna see if I can find this well, and then just keep following the coast.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye out to see. There are dogs in the industrial as well. They can be quite brutal, but if you get in a house, you can melee them. But it's literally if you go out here across the train tracks, follow the houses down, and there's a well at the bottom there. But I'll keep an eye out the best I can. And if you stay in the shelter closest to the well, you can avoid getting shot from the hill. Which happens occasionally. It hasn't happened for a few days, but it does happen, unfortunately.
All right, cool. Well, thank you so much.
Well, that's nice to meet you, Easy. If you ever come and past, always come down here and give a shout up. There's nearly always somebody lurking, keeping an eye on things. So if you need anything, like I say, or just to come past, on your travels. Is there any groups you're looking for in particular?
I know that there's a group. My buddy told me he's not really involved anymore. He used to be. All he said is they have a Canadian flag, and they're at the top northeast of the map.
Is that the East Side Traders?
I think so. That sounds right.
Krasno Airfield. That's where they live. If you want to make it up there. But yeah, I'll watch you go to the well so you don't get any. I haven't got any multivits on me, unfortunately, but. But yeah, if you pop to the well, I'll keep an eye on you. And then you just actually drink till you're full. I'll keep your eye on you from this corner.
Perfect. All right, thanks, man.
No problem. Always happy to help anybody. See, this is what we do. Hopefully the dogs won't get him. If he doesn't get shot. But yeah, he's in. Hopefully that'll be enough. He's in clip there. But he's obviously thirsty as well. But that'll soon go up. Don't collapse. Don't collapse. Don't collapse. That's when you get one hit from a dog, and you're down. And that's why the megaphone's so good. You know, I fumbled with it because I didn't realise the battery was gone, but he came back because we used a megaphone, and that is how, Gideon got me, and then Gideon and Couch got me with the megaphone, made me jump. I think Jonas got me with it as well by the well because it reaches all the way to the well, and he obviously heard me, and obviously the base does look imposing, but when they get to know you, we're just like big pushy cats. And hopefully, again, that's what I saw. But when he drinks, he should start to. But I'll give him a couple of pieces of fish, 3 pike. That should have him. And then when you get the water in him, he's probably yellow. Definitely yellow. And this makes it. This makes it worthwhile. I mean, it's a silly little thing, but that's what we enjoy doing. And that is why, if we can have somebody here, and that's just looking out for them. And obviously I saw he was hobbling. If he weren't hobbling, I wouldn't have shouted out. But when I looked at him, he was hobbling. So he should hopefully, at least start to recover enough to carry on his journey. But he really, he's in. He's got a bandage. I think he's either been starving to death or he was probably starving and thirsty. Which, as soon as you get like that, tag team in you, you're on the. But yeah, he should be fine. All of a sudden, you'll go white. But he just needs to make sure. I'm sure he knows how to play the game, but I'm there going yellow now. He just needs to make sure he maintains it because, once you go yellow. That's like a false. This won't last long. But that's what normally happens. We end up giving away all our, and then go fishing again. But for us, it's easy. We just go down there to go fishing. But for him, if he's going up to the, up to Krasno, and you never know. You just never know when that. But yeah, when you're weak like that, you get hit by a couple of infected, and that's it. You game over. Has he got? Oh, he's got the bandage. Yeah, and then this time of the year, the temperature obviously it's not freezing yet, but it is different from the, before they changed it. Yeah, he's getting. was fixing his clothes. Wish I had a container to give him for water. His name was Easy. And they're the two completely different interactions. You know, one trying to roll the lock because we weren't in, and another one came back after we, you know, after I shouted out at him. But I still say the funniest one is when I used a megaphone. I think a guy had his gun out. I reckon it must have been a firefly, but they ran to the well, and I said, you know, we're in Woodsman territory, please put your gun away, unless you're getting, you know, and he just flipped me the bird and ran off. He looked straight over here and just flipped me the bird and run off. Yeah, that's why I don't have a map for very long. I end up giving them away. But I don't, you know, it's nicer for them to be able to see the points of interest. And if they are going, you know, to a particular group, he's still there, isn't he? Yeah. Good, good. I reckon we'll see him walking away a little bit healthier. I mean, if he's wet. Good, good, good. But then in some of the other groups' minds, he could be the next Genghis Khan or something, you know. He's hobbling, but nowhere near like he used to. I think he'll soon be like white chunked. Unless he runs into the dogs going into Electro. Well, that was good. Another good deed done. Hopefully he'll be all right in Electro again. I think as long as you know that you have to take your time, get, you know, he'll find food on infected. You know, or go fishing. I think here is fishing and hunting are the main ones. I mean, some places, yeah. I mean, like I got you know, like 7 pikers from cars. I think that was possibly he got a batter, and obviously he was hungry. He was definitely thirsty. I don't think he was grunting, but I'm pleased at that. Yeah, quite often we used to jump down. You know, keep an eye out for the hobblers. I'll put my binoculars down, so I don't want to drop this in the floor. And that I don't mind burning boot leather on jumping down. That's worth it. Go back in. I mean, the weather, if this was official, he would probably have a cold now, and that's one thing I noticed when I went on experimental last week, was it? Yeah, the weather plays a massive part. You know, if you get wet and you stay wet, it's almost you know, you get a cold and you get worse and worse and worse. You don't have to like necessarily build fires all the time, but you certainly have to wring your clothes out. Yeah, I mean, some people as well enjoy the struggle as well. They don't want to be given you know, they enjoy learning the map. They enjoy finding out the different things. But like I say, a map and a knife, if that helps you carry on your journey. I might have put that away on, I think. That's why it ran out. Never gets old. Never gets old. I think it certainly get to electro. It just depends if the dogs get him or not. I do need to put this away though. Put you in there. locked up. That's all locked up. The other one's all locked up. Well, I think I'll give it a few more minutes, but I think that'll be it for tonight, I think. done a bit of looting, bit of security on the garage, helping out Easy. I don't know if he said Easy Ye or just Easy. But as I said, you just never know, you know, what can happen. Hopefully he makes it to Electro and then moves on, because again, you have in your mind what routes you want to go to. But it's quite handy having a map to refer to, just, you know, like, that's what was it Onyx said, he'd been like Gorka, drinking from the well. But you can, if people aren't about, and, you know, I don't know if he's seen the map, but it says stay out, so he's probably gone potentially for interactions. I reckon loads of people go through Gorka and, you know, don't get caught, don't get seen. Same as Luton Zelen. You know, a lot of people, if they don't know about the 506, because, excuse me, they're not on the map, they might see the signs, but if you come in from, like, the north, or even the south, if you come up from, like, Pavlova way, you might not even see the well or the notes. You just start loot the military as normal. So unless they've got notes on the, I need to get a bandage, don't I? To replace the one I gave. Easy. I've got 2 in there or 1 in there? I've got 1 in there, so yeah, I'll take 1 more. There we go. Yeah, I think I will. I think I'll, can't hear any footsteps. The infected won't spawn back around here, though. They've all been beaten up. Yeah, I think I will. And I'll do the usual. Let's make sure we don't hear any shots or anybody calling out. All quiet. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Let me just, yeah. Yeah, so we had a, no, too kind. No, I enjoy it. I enjoy you having here, and it just makes the time, you know, fly by. Obviously, but that's again a little bit quiet, but you just never know what's going to happen. And like I say, the last guy, or even the first guy, but the last guy is obviously, you know, what the Woodsmen do, and it's nice to be able to still do that occasionally with stuff that's going on. You know, hopefully, and then forgetting like the, you know, hopefully make his introduction, if it is his introduction, you know, a little bit better, and he can stay around, because that's what we want. We want more people to join and enjoy it. But yeah, I shall catch you all later. Thanks ever so much for watching, and we'll carry on tomorrow. Hopefully find some nails and some 4 dials, unless what Onyx comes back and completely gets in. But yeah, I shall catch you all later. Have a